Okay, I wanted to let the song end, but it's a really long song, so never mind. I did do one thing off stream. Just to let you guys know, I changed from a gnome into a half elf Sylvan sorcerer, so I didn't enjoy being a gnome as much as I thought I would, so that's all. I did not mean to click on that. Yay for loading screen for nothing. Wait, what was that? Dang it. Settlement upgrade? How do I upgrade? Oh, I don't have enough BP. That's okay. I'll buy BP. Can I buy 100 BP? Yeah. Okay. Cool. Alright. Also, welcome back, Jeopardy. You didn't miss anything. Okay. It is long overdue that we go help Lindsay with her printing press, so that's what we're gonna do next. Lindsay does need help. We promised her we would help her. So that's what we're gonna do.
I need to catch my breath.
They took all my spells off my bar. We need to put this on here, this on here. Whoa, where are you going, buddy?
I'll go ahead. Let us bide our time. The path is clear.
How did you fools manage to lose the horses? We're supposed to carry these boxes ourselves? What even are these iron things, and why the hells do we need them? That's them, Lindsay whispers, pointing at the bandits, caught red-handed. We'll show them what happens when you take someone else's things without, we'll teach them a lesson. These iron things will get us rich, blockhead. It's an alchemical transmuter. I've seen them in Ustalov. We just assemble it, turn it on, and it turns rocks into golds all on its own. Don't just stand there. Get in the harness. Jubilos opens his mouth about to say something, but instead just covers his face with his palm and shakes his head sadly. You sure about this then? Alright, let's see if we can even get this wagon to move. You have 10 heartbeats to disappear. Go. Oh, Your Grace. This shipment belongs to the Baron? What did you get us into, you idiot? Run! After inspecting all the boxes in the wagon, Lindsay barely restrains herself from kissing the mechanisms inside. The press! Safe and sound, just needs some assembly. Yay! Such infectious enthusiasm. I think I can already offer you a book or two by the famous Jubilos Northropple, and a few useful recommendations on organizing book publishing. The second one is free. I can't believe it. My own publishing house. I have so many ideas, so many plans. I don't know where to begin. What do you think I should print first? What would you like to print? I don't know. That's why I asked you. I mean, it's more than just a business decision, right? It's, well, a choice. A first step. It's not like my whole career will depend on one book. But I'll always think back on it. Remember, when you finally got your own printing press, Lindsay? What was your first printing again? And I don't want to be ashamed of my answer. Choose something beautiful. A book you wouldn't be ashamed to have your teacher read. Lindsay smiles at you warmly. It was teacher who showed me the beauty hidden in books. I think the best way to repay that kindness would be to do the same for others. Maybe that's really the main calling of a bard. Are you looking to waste paper? Well, if Narian lets you, it is your right. Still, you had best print something useful for the citizenry, not just something pleasant to a handful of intellectuals. Let's get to it. I'll send for horses to get this delivery the rest of the way to the capital. Okay, we helped Lindsay. Now we can move on.
Tread lightly.
There's more stuff to do here, but I don't feel like doing it, so we're gonna leave. Look at big old honeysuckle.
Let us be careful.
The small glade showed signs of brutal troll feasts. It was littered with gnawed bones, the ground was furrowed with marks from huge feet, the trees held gouges from sharp claws, and the branches had been adorned with the skulls of humans and animals, both old and new. Unfortunately, the trolls' tracks vanished outside the glade, but we could tell that the trolls used this place often. Of course, we'd already found the trolls' lair, but this spot would give us a chance to catch a few more of the beasts by surprise. Having prepared our ambush, we waited. The trolls were really taking their time. The sun rose higher and higher, but we heard nothing from the woods but birdsong and the buzzing of insects. The fruitless waiting began to tire us out. Octavia looked around impatiently, tugging on her long hair occasionally. She was clearly bored out of her mind. We continued waiting. As the sun set, the glade was still empty. Darkness spread across the scraps of the trolls' feasts, and the grass began to fill with the dim lights of fireflies. For 2 hours, Jubilos had been reading a book. He held it closer and closer to his eyes as the sun went down. When his nose finally bumped into the book, he slammed it shut and started in his pack. Can we be on our way? It's clear we won't be getting any bites here. Having caught a firefly, Octavia entertained herself by watching it crawl across her slim fingers. We continued waiting. Jubilos sighed ostentatiously. Indeed, why hurry? We'll just hang around here and wait for the bodies of our enemies to float on down the river. I mean, first we need a river to wend its way through these parts, but we're patient, aren't we? We can wait for that as well. Ambushes take time. We continued waiting in the hope that the trolls would show themselves eventually. It was late at night. We listened to the sounds of the forest, waiting to hear the roar of a troll at any moment. Instead, all we heard was the hooting of owls. Our muscles grew numb, and our eyelids grew heavy. What's your problem, trolls? Octavia yawned. Are you coming or not? Loud snoring came from the bushes in which Jubilos had hidden himself. We continued waiting. With little hope remaining, we decided to give the trolls one more chance to show up. The sky began to lighten. The hooting owls gave way to twittering morning birds. We rubbed our eyes as we looked around the glade yet again. Suddenly, a loud cracking sound came from the bushes. Alert now, we reached for our weapons, but instead of trolls, what we saw jump into the glade was a huge deer. Failed a lore nature check. Arrows buzzed through the air, but none hit the target. The animal disappeared behind the trees immediately. After all that waiting, we clearly weren't in top form. Perhaps it was best that it hadn't been the trolls after all. Oh, we need to rest.
I noticed you looking at a map of Kelesh. Are you trying to find where I'm from? I can show you if you'd like.
Of course you can. But that's not what I was looking for. You see, I know a few things about the customs of Kelesh, and... Anyway, it doesn't matter. I'll get to the bottom of this, be sure of that.
The hills seemed pleasant, even welcoming. No gray doom and gloom. Just walking along the path and enjoying the view of all the cute little white pyramids built out of pebblestone. Or wait, was it pebblestone? Horrors of horrors, what I mistook for pebbles were polished bones. All along the path, the grass was riddled with pyramids made of polished kobold remains. It got us to thinking, is it wise to follow such a grim path, the way marked by death itself? Defying all danger, we followed the path. Trying to brush away thoughts on who may have polished the kobold vertebrae and why, we quickly moved along the path leading through the pale hills. It didn't take long for us to reach a mountain river with a bridge crossing over it. Well, bridge may be a bit generous. It was actually just a long branch, about as thick as an arm. Done. I made a wish. Okay. About as thick, where am I? About as thick as an arm, spanning from one bank to the other. It may have been enough for a kobold to cross, since we could see another of those small bone... it seems my chat box isn't working either. Streamlabs is having trouble today. And the chat box and the follower goal are both not working. Let me see if I can add a different chat box source. Because it was working on the preview. Okay, can you try typing again? Yeah, it's still not working. Oh well. It may have been enough for a kobold to cross, since we could see another of those small bone pyramids on the far side, but it didn't look nearly strong enough for our party to cross. We talked it over and chose a volunteer to try crossing the river. Octavia was unperturbed by the thin branch and the speeding current. After a deep breath, our volunteers set forth along the precarious crossing. One step, then another, a few feet crossed with no trouble, and I started to think that maybe things would be fine. That's when the branch jerked and started to shake. It was rolling over. With no time to think, all Octavia could do was jump to the other side. Oh, the lengths we'll go to in our efforts to keep our pride untarnished and our pants dry. One incredible jump, and Octavia was on the other bank. Octavia took a moment to catch her breath and turned her attention back to the crossing. A nearby shrub concealed an amusing kobold contraption, a crooked ladder, built from random planks and sticks. It seems the kobold crossed the river in much the same way we had, sending their most agile companion across to fling the ladder over to the other side. Losing no more time, we crossed the river. One small pier. Hold! Oh, I thought this scroll bar was gonna be a lot bigger than that. It looks a lot bigger than it actually is. It doesn't really scroll much at all. I was like, oh, there's a lot to read. One small pyramid made of polished kobold bones may be a bit spooky, but it's not unbearable. But how about thousands? We found ourselves looking over a proper kobold graveyard. Each little pyramid a mark of a kobold death, and that mark made out of their own remains. Yeesh. The real enigma, though, waited in the heart of the burial ground. The centerpiece was made of hundreds, maybe even thousands of polished bones, all put together to form the head of an enormous dragon. Imagine it, these small nonsensical reptiles somehow managed to create a sculpture both fearsome and magnificent. Such might, and yet such frailty as well. If a single bone were to be removed from the foundation, this beautiful statue would crumble to dust, and I even spotted one such flimsy bone. Regardless, we'd come face to face with irrefutable proof. The kobolds, for better or worse, were changing. This news had no impact on our search for the trolls, though. The land was clearly sacred to the kobolds, and it seemed unlikely they would bring their new friends here. But how would the Baron deal with the structure we found in his realm? The Baron deemed it proper to respect the kobold shrine. Following my advice, the Baron adjusted the dangerously loose bone in the hope of reinforcing the remarkable composition. His Grace was standing to leave when a glint from the dragon's jaw drew his attention. Carefully reaching inside, the Baron pulled out what seemed to be a dirty stone. Beneath an outer layer of clay, we found a large, finely cut emerald. It seemed the kobold spirits decided to grant us a gift. Stowing the offering in his bag, the Baron turned and left. We dutifully followed our leader, and soon the bizarre kobold burial ground was far behind us.
I feel tired.
I don't know what we're doing here. We already came here. We wiped out the trolls.
Path is clear.
If there's nothing here at the entrance, I'm leaving.
I'll go ahead.
Yeah, there's nothing here.
We should gather our strength.
I know you cut your hair to make a statement, but maybe you should grow it back? You know, for a change.
I'll think about changing when I'm too old to fight. For now, when I'm deciding between long hair and getting my helmet on quickly, I'll choose the latter.
Need to catch my breath. Your native Kelish is so far away. You must have seen so much in your journeys. Why don't you ever talk about it?
Actually, I have nothing to tell. Not everyone who travels gets to have adventures.
Okay. The leaders of the travelers, a graying man with strong hands and sharp eyes, greets you with a nod. Your Grace, thank you for hosting this hunt. He turns toward the guests. Dear guests, welcome. I am Jamal Visser of Embeth Forest. I've no talent for speeches, so let us proceed to business. This is no normal hunt. Rather than hares or deer, our prey shall be owlbears, hydras, and wyverns. These targets would be dangerous enough anywhere, but on these grounds we've found extraordinarily large and fierce specimens. We aim to eliminate them before they can find their way to any civilians. To make the hunt a bit more interesting, we've decided to add an element of competition. Jamel displays a gold-trimmed chest to the gathered audience. There are 3 dire monsters on the grounds. I'm willing to bet my crew will gather 2 heads at least. But if one of the other parties bests us and gathers 2 or even all 3 trophies, they'll be rewarded with a valuable prize. Don't dally, though. We won't be waiting for anyone. Is everyone ready? What's in the chest? That's for the winner to find out. There's no prize better than surprise, or so it's said. Examine the guests from Miven. The 2 Sword Lord sisters represent Mivoni Aldori. As they inspect their equipment, the elder sister Edna can be heard scolding the younger Julia. Julia sighs and rolls her eyes, but she doesn't interrupt her sister. Examine the guests from Patax. Anadem Bellavara, one of the most popular bards in Patax, has come as an emissary of King Iravetti. She doesn't seem to have brought any hunting gear. Noticing your look, the bard smiles playfully. Whoa, you know who that is? It's Anna Mead herself. When she taught poetics at the academy, all the guys sent her love letters. And half the girls, too, Lindsay whispers excitedly. You notice a blush spread over her face. Start the hunt. I'm ready. Let us begin. The hunting grounds are an hour's travel from here. Don't waste any time. We won't hesitate to bag all the trophies.
I'm positive I found something.
I did as you asked.
The path is clear.
To victory!
Tread lightly. Enemy near. Let us be careful.
A clever boy. We will prevail. Be generous to them, for I am not.
I'm getting killed here. All my knowledge, all my genius, lost.
Magritium Turinos. Magritium Turinos. Magritium Turinos. Magritium Turinos. Magritium Turinois.
I'm not afraid. You out of our story.
I'll go ahead.
Let us strike as one! Justice!
The sisters glance at each other, grimacing. Finally, Edna straightens herself and speaks. Thank you. We owe you our lives. It almost killed you. That's because someone would happily charge a pack of dragons with their bare hands given the chance. Oh, and here I thought it was because one of us spends more time running to the kitchen for cookies rather than training with her sword. How are things in Mivon? The same as always, a total mess as far as I can tell. Brevoy officials must have decided state prisons were a waste of taxes because their criminals have been fleeing to our lands by the dozens. Galt is sending spies and provocateurs at us without even trying to cover their tracks anymore. Add in yet another skirmish along our border with Patax, and well, it's business as usual. On the bright side, our uncle has finally defeated the old treasurer in a duel, so now, as long as no one else tries to claim the position, it's as good as his. Mivon's like a paradise for bards. There are duels every day, and of course the winners want songs of their victories, so bards will prepare a dozen songs in advance, and then just slip the right name in. Mivon's public officials are determined by duels? It's called meritocracy. The most skilled gets a rule. Anyone can gain a high position in our society, provided they can defend that position in a fair fight. Everyone duels, from lowly apprentices to high ministers. That's why Mivoni's swordplay is unrivaled. Not by Galt, not by Brevoy, and not by the River Kingdoms. Judging by your fight with the Owlbear, Mivoni's sword lords couldn't best one of our cooks. Would you like some lessons in swordplay from my stable hand? Were we not your guests, I would demand satisfaction here and now. Edna hisses through clenched teeth, glaring. I urge you to rescind your words before I'm forced to make you do so. Chaotic neutral. I apologize. It was a poor joke. In Mivon, that sort of joke typically ends with an appointment in the square and the jester finding a few new buttonholes in their shirt. Don't mention it. Take care. Hear that, sister? Take care, as in make sure we can actually kill a monster before attacking it. The most dangerous monster you could handle is a cow that's already been butchered and deep fried. You should make yourself a new coat of arms with a fork instead of a sword on it. The sisters continue to quarrel, no longer paying attention to you. It is not Edna's pride or Julia's sloth that will be their undoing, it is their mutual inability to cooperate, not that it is any of my business.
The path is clear. Let's head out.
We'll do it the hard way.
There is still time for surrender.
We should prepare.
Anything is possible.
Yes. Right here, my friend.
Magritium Turinos.
I shall end this suffering.
Watch each other.
Consider me provoked.
Primitives!
A solid plan.
Do not fall back.
Will they ever learn?
Yes.
What do we have here?
As sovereign of these lands, I demand you give me that monster's head. Hells no, that's not how this works. You may be Lord, Master, and Almighty on your lands, but this is the hunt, and a deal's a deal. Anything we kill is our trophy. They are right. These are the terms you agreed to. The way you handled it was amazing. Great job. Thanks for the kind words. Yeah, unfortunately, we're used to it. Our homeland gives us no slack. Every week, there's another hungry beast to deal with. A good hunt to you. To you as well.
Tread lightly. I've spotted something.
I did as you asked.
Repent!
I wish there was another way.
And Lindsay was called forth.
Yes.
Forgive me.
The path is clear.
I did as you asked.
Be careful, everyone.
This is for you.
Training pays off.
Forwards!
Victory is inevitable.
I'll go ahead. Let us be careful. The path is clear.
I see something.
Can you make an epic pose? I need inspiration. Serves you right.
Let's head out.
The huntsman fiddles with a small spyglass. Can't see much from here. I wish I could join the hunt to get a couple of heads myself. 2 trophies. I'd never have guessed that you would best us like this. Would you like to announce the end of the hunt, or do you hope to claim yet another trophy? Octavia looks at Jamel with a lingering, delighted look. You're so brave. Maybe while they're out hunting, you and I could take a walk in the forest? You could tell me of your feats and of monsters you defeated. Forgive me, my lady, but perhaps another time. I'm happily married, you know. Raise an eyebrow silently. What? He doesn't want it, and that's fine. We're all free people here, aren't we? Well, I'll be damned. Ahem. Your Grace, did you want to ask me something? Sound the horn. The hunt is over. As you wish. Now that the hunt's over, let's see how it turned out. How did our Mivoni guests fare? Our honorable guest from Mivon fought one of the monsters but barely survived. Fortunately, His Grace's timely arrival forestalled tragedy. We wish them better luck next time. How did our Pataxian guests fare? Our honorable guest from Patax managed to bag a single squirrel. Well, I hope they at least had a good time. How did the Embeth travelers fare? We defeated one of the beasts, but His Grace, noble ruler of these hunting grounds, has accomplished a true feat in gathering more trophies than us. Such skill deserves deep and genuine respect. The huntsman bows deeply toward you. Who won? You, Your Grace. The huntsman solemnly hands you the chest. Items received. Gold coins 2,500. Exquisite pearl times 12. The hunt is officially over. Thank you all for your participation. What's happening to me? Help!
Dawnflower, guide my hand.
So that's how the magic beasts have been arriving. I had no idea such spells even existed, let alone that we had enemies powerful enough to use them. If the public learns of this, there'll be no stopping the panic. I recommend we keep this incident quiet for the time being. I'll conduct an investigation without drawing anyone's attention, and in a month's time I'll inform you of the results. Concealing this could be disastrous. Better to warn people now than have them discovered on their own later. As you say. I know it's not ready yet, but lunch smells good. I think we're having tacos for lunch. Guys, just so you know, as soon as lunch is ready, I'm gonna go on a short break and eat, and then we'll be back for some more Pathfinder Kingmaker. Whoever started this epidemic, there's no doubt their goal was to destroy your young barony. As the number of monsters increases, people panic and flee to other countries. We do have good news too. I managed to gather some information that I hope will help you eliminate the threat before it's too late. Shortly after the epidemic started, goblins began appearing everywhere. The locals report that these goblins have been celebrating and shouting something about the day of glory for Lamashtu, when all humans would be eaten by monsters and only goblins would remain. Sounds disturbing, does it not? Lamashtu? What do we know about her? She's called the Mother of Monsters. Her symbol is a three-eyed jackal head. She's an ancient and extremely evil goddess who spreads nightmares, insanity, and, perhaps most interest to us, monsters. Her worshippers are mostly of the more monstrous races like goblins, lamias, and gnolls. That said, there's no short supply of secret followers and cults among more civilized peoples too, including the people of the river kingdoms. The goblins are behind this disaster then? Behind it? Doubtful. Benefiting from it? Quite likely. I surmise that the true cause of this disaster is either human cultists of Lamashtu, or even worse, some supernatural creature related to her. In any case, the goblins likely know enough to provide some clue, so we need to find a goblin leader and press them for information. Any idea where to begin the search? Alas, nothing more than vague speculations. Once you alerted your subjects to the danger, they began defending themselves as best they could. My agents couldn't catch even a single goblin alive, but rumor has it that the goblin village lies somewhere in the Camelands. Thank you for the information. Happy to help. Take care, though. There's no doubt your enemies will still have plenty of tricks up their sleeves. If you value your throne, take them down as soon as possible. Jode's eyes are bloodshot and his posture is slack. The wrinkles on his face have deepened, and his sparse hair has gone gray. It's a disaster, Your Grace. We have an epidemic developing in the country. The afflicted first get a fever, then a bloody cough, then several hours later, the cleric shakes his head and grimaces. And that's just half the trouble. Afterward, the bodies of the afflicted become like some kind of cocoon, and monsters hatch out of them. People keep dying, and we haven't the slightest clue what's causing it or how to deal with it. Tristian and I established a field hospital in the building of the former prison. Don't look at me like that. There were no better places to choose from. Frankly, we were lucky to find this one. To cut a long story short, we have a female patient who's volunteered for vivisection. It means cutting into her living body to look for the source of this disease. After the surgery, Aristotle, forgive us, we'll be lucky if we can close her up and let her go alive and well. However, we don't want to do it without your presence, your grace, so please, try to find some time to attend. There's one more thing. Jode hands you a battered letter. Keston, that dunce, sent a message. He rambles from place to place. These letters are all we ever receive. Well, just read it. I guess it's urgent. We happen to have... I thought I killed him. I could have sworn I killed him, but oh well. I see. Let's go. This is our hospital. Joe shows you around the bleak, comfortless building with its barred cells. The prison is certainly not the best location, nor the healthiest, but it's better than nothing. Also, it might be cruel to say this, but considering the nature of the malady, it would be safer for everyone if the patients were kept behind the bars until they are healed. Where are all the prison inmates? They were not but a few pickpockets locked away here. We put them to work cleaning the place up, then set them free. There is one still here, though. He wasn't some petty thief, but a seasoned highwayman. What have you already tried? Standard spells to heal disease, remove poison, and lift curses. All ineffective. Attempting to dispel the magic is also fruitless. I fear we may be dealing with a curse of strength enough to surpass our own faith. It isn't a matter of faith. I don't think it's a disease, let alone some powerful curse. I suspect it's some sort of parasite hiding itself within the body. Nonsense. We've detected magic suffusing each patient's body, evenly distributed. If it was some sort of parasite, it would be a simpler matter to detect. Then it's able to disguise itself. Maybe it's poisoning their blood with its magic. By the sun, we return to this argument over and over. It's been days. Let's stop talking and try doing something already. Who's our patient? Her name is Madla Stasek, a peasant woman from a nearby village. We hadn't seen any prior cases of the disease there. I pray for that brave woman. She's the first one to mount the courage necessary to volunteer for the surgery. We cannot let her down. Where will the surgery take place? While that room was previously a torture chamber, there was already a suitable table. Well, isn't that ironic? This is no laughing matter. Give me a few if only the city had a clinic. Even if it did, the prison would still be the best choice. Don't forget, at any moment one of the patients could, die and release a monster. It's safer for everyone if you keep them locked up. Give me a few moments to look around. If you must, but please don't take too long.
Everyone counts on me.
I really, really need to rest. I could have sworn I killed that guy. Begin the surgery. Let's begin. Jode breathes in deeply, then exhales slowly. Eris still be with us. Sarenrae, help us. And that, my friends, is where I'm going to go ahead and take my break. Seems like a good place to stop. Nice little cliffhanger for you guys. Okie dokie. We are back. And it looks like Streamlabs is doing less derp. We have our follower goal back. Glancing nervously at the various medical instruments, the brave peasant woman got up on the operating table. "Just don't butcher me, is all I ask," she muttered in a trembling voice. Meanwhile, the foremost medical experts in the room still couldn't agree on what exactly it was they were trying to do. Oh, thank you. "Stop arguing with me. Coughing up blood is a sure sign the problem is in the lungs. We look there," Jared insisted. "No, it's the nausea we should be focusing on. We need to examine the stomach," Tristine objected. Bartholomew, the mad sadistic wizard, had been summoned here for some reason. He remained silent, checking the patient's pulse. The clerics turned to the Baron in desperation, asking him to resolve their dispute. After careful consideration, he decided to ask Bartholomew for help. Sorry, I thought I heard something. Yeah, to ask Bartholomew to help. "A common manner of dispelling is useless here, I assume," the wizard said pompously, "so then let's try it at a higher level." He took a scroll out of his bag and solemnly cast a spell on the patient. Jode used magical sight to see if there were any changes in the patient's body. "It worked!" he exclaimed, excited. "The magic is gone from all the organs except the stomach. You were right, my friend. Hurry now, hand me a scalpel." Candlelight reflected off the surgical instruments and potion bottles. As Jode's scalpel made the first incision on the woman's skin, I could hear her inhale loudly through clenched teeth. I confess I lacked the courage to watch the surgery. Even after I turned away, I couldn't help but tremble from hearing the poor woman's screams. The air filled with the acrid scent of medical potions, while Tristian mumbled prayers to ease the patient's pain, simultaneously scanning her body with magical sight. All I could do was whisper my own prayers, but the Baron, he didn't lose his courage. He... Ooh. Took the patient's hand and whispered something in her ear, distracting her from the pain. I couldn't hear exactly what he said, but it worked. Charmed by his words, the peasant woman managed to stay still and let the cleric perform the surgery. The poor woman's screams and crying were unbearable. I couldn't begin to imagine what she was going through. "I'm such a fool," Jode finally exclaimed. "You were right. I'm glad we listened to you." Tristian used a healing spell to close the wound in the woman's stomach, and Jode showed everyone the strange item he'd extracted. It looked like some kind of seed, a glowing, pulsing, thumb-sized seed. Before anyone could say anything, it flashed in Jode's fingers. He dropped it on the floor just in time. On the spot where the seed landed, a portal opened, and a roaring monster jumped out of it. Good thing we had honey with us. Jode wipes the sweat from his brow, not even noticing the blood still on his hands. Aristil and Sarenrae be praised. They were truly on our side this day. It's a miracle. Tristian hands Jode a clean towel. Jode pulls himself together and wipes his hands and face. So what have we learned? We've learned I was a pompous fool, and Tristian was right all along. It's not a disease, but a parasite. Something of vegetative origin. It resembles a seed. I'm sorry, my friend. I should have wagged my tongue less and listened to you more. Please don't mention it. It was a lucky guess, not worthy of your praise. Are you able to cure others of the disease now? Yes, now that we know what to do, we can extract the seed with much less risk to the patients and with much less suffering. What will you do next? There are still many patients here. We'll start work on them immediately, and you, Your Grace, may want to search for the source of this disease. We still know neither where these seeds come from nor how they get into people's bodies. New patients arrive daily, and how many never even find their way to a hospital. Our efforts here are not enough by themselves. We need to find the root of this problem. I have to go. Please find the source of those wretched seeds. Yeah. Let's go home and go to bed. That's what we're gonna do. Look at it. We have no spells left. After we rest, then we'll figure out the source of the problem. Well, I wanted to rest when I got back, but they threw me straight into this. Oh my god, another thing? Well, Narian, it's me again. Our army is growing. We got more soldiers. But not enough commanders, and there aren't no clever ones among the recruits. Without good command, you know, you can't run an army. In some armies, the officers are wizards or shamans. They might be brainy, but they don't know a damn thing about soldiers. But when I was in Brevoy, I seen those, you know, sword lords, right? They look skinny, but they know their weapons, and soldiers look up to them. I think we should hire them to be commanders in our army. They'll definitely have the troops' respect. I feel like the strategy of a spellcaster would be better. Hire spellcasters as officers. Well, what? These skinny dudes in robes will boss my guys around? You kidding me, Narian? What will I do with them? Amiri spits on the floor furiously. Hey, but our arcane score went up. Oh no, another thing? Hello, Your Grace. Feels strange. It's amazing. I can just go and have a chat with an actual Baron. I wanted to talk about Ekun. I'm worried about him lately, although worried might be too strong a word. He is way too gloomy, even more so than usual, if that's possible. Life without a family must be hard for him. But he is not completely alone. He has us. I know we can't replace what he lost, but we must remind him that we are here, and he can talk to us. What are you getting at? What I'm getting at is that we should hold a merry revelry and use the opportunity to talk to him, heart to heart. If we just invite him for a drink, he'll no doubt refuse. So we must organize everything in secret. We'll gather guests, prepare food and drink, bring Ekun, and have so much fun. I'll even bring my loot. What do you say? Neither grief nor joy should be excessive. I think you've got a point. I'm not sure I'd put it like that, but I'm glad you agree. I've talked to Alina, the innkeeper, and she's happy to help us, although between us, I'm not sure what made her so enthusiastic. Anyway, you should talk to her, and I should go and think of what I'm going to play. And one more thing, don't be late. I fear if we don't pull Ekun out of his mood now, it'll be too late. Good. Let him... No, I'm not going to say that. Let him get depressed. Unfazed by the awkward silence, Boken searches through his bag for quite a while. Finally, he pulls out a sizable brown paper package. There you go, a little something from old Boken. Potion of protection from arrows, potion of eagle splendor, potion protection from fire. If you ever need anything in particular, just let me know. If you're not sure, I'll go home and think of something myself. My bones ache. Thank you, this will prove useful. You may go now. My pleasure. Boken gives you a sideways look, then turns his eye to the ceiling. I only hope that no one throws it away or leaves it to rot in some old chest. Oh well. Okay, finally we can go rest.
Our duty.
There we go. We don't have enough gold for this. There we go. Why does that keep happening? stop yelling and listen to me. I'm trying to talk some sense into you. There's nothing to talk about, Olaf. This is my home. Here I was born, and it is here I die. You dolt, that's what I'm saying. You stay, and you'll die before your time. Can't you see what's going on? Monsters, goblins, and bandits. Turn your back for a moment, and there's some fiend crawling right out of your neighbor's entrails. You talk too much. Just do your work. Pray to Aristil, and stay close to your home and family. That's all there is to it. We've seen worse. Aye, back when you were half your age and unmarried. Eric, old friend. Think of Jenny and your little ones. What if some beast comes knocking at your door? You're a woodcutter, not a swordsman. We have to lead the barony while we still can. Aye, Aristil, have mercy. Your grace. Forgiveness, your grace. We were just discussing the crops. I understand that you are worried about your close ones and yourself, but hear me. Without loyal, upstanding people by my side, I can never rescue this realm from the evils plaguing it. If you stay, I swear I'll do everything in my power to put an end to this madness. Both men listen to you quietly, then look to each other, then clumsily bow to you. We understand, your grace. These are tough times indeed, and there are things, all sorts of things you have to deal with. Don't you go listening to fools. The loyal and true will stand by your side. I wanted to go to the tavern. Oh. A tense silence hangs over the house. Casey, your tiefling friend, emerges from the shadows, but her eyes are staring into the distance. She seems to look right past you. No, not now. The turmoil is suddenly over, but you see fear in Casey's eyes, her blue eyes. It's you. I wanted to say, What just happened? That is surely not regular travel between planes. The girl closes her eyes and clenches her fists, obviously in the grip of a strong emotion, but one you cannot read. I knew it couldn't last forever. Why did he even make this rule, if he knew it would be impossible to keep? She takes a deep breath, opens her eyes, and speaks with firm resolve. Come what may, you should know, Narian, that the person you know by the name of Casey does not exist. My real name is Kalike. And well, it's a long story. And such stories are better told beside a welcoming fire. Will you hear me out? Fine, let's go. The girl rests her head on her arm and stares off into the distance, lost in memory. Stories by the fire, in the desert where I was born, my fondest memory. When the day is done, hosts and guests, parents and children, friends and rivals, all gather by the fire under the stars to tell their tales. All they did, all they witnessed, all they heard from other travelers, and the whispers carried by the desert wind. My sister and I often snuck in to hear these stories, hiding in the shadows just beyond the circle of light and warmth. We are hellspawn, you see. Tieflings are unwelcome guests in Kadira, unblessed by the light of merciful Sarenrae. We grew up sleeping in a common tent, scavenging food here and there, like orphans, but all but outcast and disowned. We were 13 when we left, and set off to find happiness in the cities, and everyone we left behind sighed with relief. My sister and I, we are twins, but as different as the sun and moon. Her name is Kenora, which means silent flame. She is fire, a cold fire, but one that turns everything to ash. I am a river. It brings me joy to give water to tired travelers and nurture green shoots, but when I flood, I am bound to bring death. The girl's eyes are full of sorrow. Despite our differences, we are one. Our lives belong to divine Nethys, and by his mercy we now live, in turns. While one of us is here, the other sleeps in another plane, and when she wakes up, we switch places, just as you witnessed. So this is why you didn't remember me when we were talking to Jamandi Aldori. How could I remember you? I'd never met you at the time. That was Kenora. She was the one who talked to you at the reception and helped you fight off the assassins. We usually write each other notes, recounting in detail all that happened, and describing any friends that Casey had made. But that time we switched right in the middle of a mansion engulfed in fire and filled with assassins. Canera didn't have the time to write any notes. And how is it you began to live in turns? Kaliki lowers her head. This story, it's one I've never told to anyone before, no one in the whole world, and it's not easy to confide in a stranger. There's too much grief and guilt in it. If you don't mind, I'd rather not go into all the details. You see, my sister died, and I couldn't get over it. Canera was killed by a soul eater, a monster summoned by secret followers of Abaddon's archdemons. Those who summoned him died in the fight, but the beast was too strong for my sister, and I wasn't even there to protect her. Kalike catches her breath. We just had a fight, and we both did some stupid things just before, but I don't want to talk about that now. When I found out what happened to my sister, I was ready to make a deal with any power. If only I could just get her back. And I found such power. I was contacted by the Arcanathane, the herald of the god Nethys himself. She promised she would return Canera to life, but on 2 conditions. First, we must both keep the arrangement a secret. Second, we would never be able to meet again. And so our new life began. Now we flee through the world, guarding our secret, always introducing ourselves as Casey to hide that there are 2 of us, and we switch places with each other at random. While one lives, the other sleeps in a demiplane, one created specially for us. And you can't control these switches? No, we can't. They happen at random, most often while we're sleeping, but sometimes in broad daylight. That's why we can never stay in one place for long. When someone witnesses us switch, we usually tell them tales of a special magical way of traveling. But people start noticing strange things and begin to figure things out. Truth be told, I'm so tired of having to pretend. We knew this couldn't last forever, and now the truth is finally out. What's the point in all this? You revealed your secret to me. It means you broke one of the rules set by the deity's herald. Yes. Will you make me regret this, Narian? I felt you might be someone who could help my sister and me change our fates. What can I do to help? That's actually what I wanted to talk to you about. Canera was supposed to tell you of an ancient treasury that we've been looking for. Gold isn't the only thing of value in this place. It may contain an ancient relic taken by the Taldan raiders from a respected Kadiran tribe of Nethys. Kadiran Temple of Nethys. It's an unusual relic called the Disc of the Eclipse. I once heard a beautiful story that it was created from the shadow that hides the sun and the moon, but I don't think that could be the truth. Nethys is the god of magic, who was once a mortal wizard, and relics from his temples are usually very powerful. There are many among his followers who think that solving the mysteries of magic and even rivaling their deity is the best way to serve him. One such follower created the disc long ago in the distant past. According to legend, it gave its owners control over planar travel, but only pairs of wizards bound by unbreakable ties could use it. While one of them traveled the planes, the other was his anchor in our world, and they could switch between. Do you see now why we so desperately wish to find the disc? It might help us understand how the switch between me and Canera works, and it should make our divine patron happy. Nethys and his assistants value the desire to understand the mysteries of magic above all else. And how did this disc come to be in the Stolen Lands? It was brought here by Taldans from the 5th Army of Exploration. Taldor and Kadira were enemies for ages. Thousands of years ago, a soldier broke into the Temple of Nethys and stole the relic, to sell it or secretly hoard it as an heirloom. Hundreds of years later, his own kin, or the kin of his 100th buyer, brought the disc to these strange lands where the Taldans had come, uninvited as usual, in which they finally vanished from with little trace. Sometimes history is as intricate lace. You'd never guess where it begins and where it ends. Tell me about the location of the treasury. It was called Sorrowflow in the chronicle we read. It was once a Taldan town, founded by the veterans of the 5th Army of Exploration. It stood on the shores of a turbulent river, and that was what destroyed it. One night, a terrible flood devastated the settlement, killing many and driving the rest to flee. Only the tower on the cliff remained, which was too high for the flood to reach. Water covered the ruins for a long time, but last year it receded. My friends found a chronicle which recounted the destruction of the city, and spoke of the disk of the eclipse which was kept there. They managed to track down the ruins, but were frightened away by the monsters and beasts that roam the area. If this can help, then I agree. Kaliki's sad eyes get a little warmer. Thank you. I will wait for you there, at Sorrowflow, and please, let's explore the ruins together. Just the two of us. I don't want to give myself away again in front of your companions. Breaking the Arcanothane's conditions was enough. I have no wish to anger our god. So long. Ooh, another solo mission. Good thing I'm better equipped to handle it this time. I hope it's not another ambush. I'm really getting tired of the ambushes, even though there was only one. I thought that was the inn. That was her house. What the heck? Oh, the inn's up this way, isn't it? Yeah, here we go. For anyone who's interested, I'm working in setting up a Discord server for the stream, for the channel, so it'll be ready soon. I'm just adding more channels and configuring it the way I want it. But it'll have notifications for when I go live and stuff like that. As well as a section to post any Twitch clips or things like that, memes. All kinds of fun stuff. As you approach, the red-headed innkeeper curtsies awkwardly. Your Grace, you must have come to talk about the feast for Akundeo. I'd be happy to. I'll provide food and drinks. Everything will be first class. How much will this idea cost me? Don't mention it, Your Grace. It's such an honor for me. Everything is on the house. Who will serve at the feast? With your permission, Your Grace, for such an honor, with such esteemed guests, I'd like to do it myself, Your Grace. I commend your enthusiasm. Why would you? Oh, Your Grace, isn't it so? It'd be my pleasure. I hope everyone likes it, including Akundeo. Then we need only agree on the place. I guess there's no two ways about it. We'll have to have it right in this room. We can decorate it, of course. Forgive me, but if we are thinking about the same Akundeo, he will likely feel uncomfortable indoors. The feast must definitely be held in the woods, if Madam Innkeeper is up for such a challenge. Alina is speechless, either due to astonishment, indignation, or both. Why would Akun want to feast in the woods? He is a born ranger. He always feels calmer under an open sky. I know him well. Who are you? The woman stands tall with a calm smile. My name's Natavi. I'm passing through the city. Akun and I know each other from long ago. Since back when he guarded caravans, we traveled together for a long time. Pursing her lips, the innkeeper studies Natavi carefully. Can you think of a suitable place? How about the royal hunting grounds? I've seen the place in passing. It's not far from the city. It's a cozy nook and there's water nearby. What do you say, Alina? The innkeeper sizes up the woman opposite her. I might not know Akundeo as well as some, but I see no trouble in holding a feast in the woods, or on a mountain, or in a swamp for that matter. Wonderful. In that case, I'll gladly meet both of you in the agreed upon place. My, I've seen a lot since as a keeper here. But when one just invites herself like that, the innkeeper clicks her tongue. Oh, what got into me? Grumbling. It's high time to start cooking. Your Grace, please take care of bringing Akundeo to the agreed place. Lindsay and I will do the rest. Okay, so I'm going to change my race again. I don't like being a half health either. I want to be an elf again, so I'm gonna do that really quick.
I feel faint. A solid plan.
There we go. Now go rest to restore our spells, and then head off to explore some more. Oh. Let's go sell things while we're at it. Wait, I want you to meet someone. Here, this is Tessie the Quill, a book peddler. If not for her, I'd probably still be sitting at a radish patch in my hometown. Tessie, a plump woman wearing heavily patched clothes, greets you with a broad, gap-toothed smile. Nice to meet you, your barony. Thanks for keeping an eye on this little tot. Tessie hides the money and smiles knowingly. Of course I do. Who do you want to hear about? How are things in Brevoy? Bad. People in Restov are honing their swords. With the royal house gone, it's just a matter of time until there's some big uproar. Everyone knows it and no one wants it, but there doesn't seem to be any way to avoid it. Any news from Mivon? The usual schemes and duels. Seems a bunch of runaway bandits flooded in there from Brevoy. Rumor has it the great houses are intentionally straining Mivon so that Aldori won't be able to help Restov when the carnage begins. What's going on in Patax? Under King Aravetti? What isn't? Parties, parades, executions. The king robs the trade houses that used to own the city. He brought some gang in from Numeria who's been selling deliriant potions. He sends strange expeditions into nearby lands, but no one knows what he's looking for. Nobody can tell what the kook's thinking. That's why he always wins. Has anyone asked about my lands? Now, don't you go taking me for a spy, alright? Honestly, go ahead and check me with magic, or just ask Lindsay. I'm happy to hear and pass along rumors, but I don't go spying on purpose. My business is books. As for your question, well, of course they're interested. People in Restov want to know if they were right to wager on you, while Mivon and Patax are still trying to take the measure of their new neighbor. No one knows what to expect from you, so they're getting themselves ready for some surprises. Thank you, that's enough for now. Where are you from? Right now, or in general? Came from Mivon right now. As for in general, well, I'm from everywhere and nowhere. Was found under a bush, and I've traveled with the wind ever since. Haha. How did you meet Lindsay? Went through her village from time to time. Weren't many buyers. I was lucky to sell half a dozen calendars each year. Maybe a couple cheap, vulgar prints. Then a priest from the capital went to live there, and he got the young people interested in reading little by little. Some would ask for romance stories, some wanted heroic tales. Well, one day, this little tot came by and traded her father's belt, 2 bottles, and a hunk of bread for a 2-volume collection of legends about the Arknights of Avestan. Came back later all tear-stained, looking like her daddy didn't need the belt after all. So she sniffles at me and says, "Take me with you. I can help," and looks at me like a lost puppy. So I took her along. Why not? And that's what got the ball rolling. What brought you here? A little bird told me about a proper city in the Stolen Lands now, one with a printing house, with an old friend of mine sitting in that printing house at that. So I came by to see her, maybe buy some books while I'm at it. Will you be staying? Me? Not really sure, probably for a while at least. The people here seem fine, they read at least. Then again, there is a printing house here, and I get to catch up with Lindsay. Hadn't seen her for a few years, you know. After I get tired of things here, I'll be on my way again. Have you heard of anything interesting about... Oh, I already asked that. Farewell. A good day to you. Take care of Lindsay.
I'll go ahead.
Okay. We going on a trip in our favorite rocket ship. Whoops. We're going on a trip without anybody in our party. Oh dear. Please don't be a dragon. Please don't be a dragon. You can be a wyvern, just don't be a dragon.
Enemy near.
Cultists, huh? Kaliki smiles faintly as you approach, but you can't help but notice that she's as tense as a bowstring. 3 young tieflings wearing bright clothing, the sort one might find in a harlequin's wardrobe, are gathered near Kaliki, fidgeting from foot to foot. They bow simultaneously. The youngest casts you an inquisitive look. So this is the patron you found, Elder. The Baron of this land, and to think that Kenora used to say that you don't know how to make connections. Oh. The short-haired tiefling girl steps on her friend's tail. Stop it, Naiho. Don't you see you're upsetting her? Forgive him, Elder. And you too, your grace. When Naiho was little, a donkey knocked over his crib. His horns got caught on its saddlecloth, and he was dragged for half a block, bumping his head on every corner. Now he's no more clever than the donkey. Kaliki stomps her foot, drawing their attention. Sweet teeth, that's enough. You're going right back to the city. The Baron and I need to talk in private, and we're going to the Taldan Tower without you. It might be dangerous. As you say, Elder, the last of the 3 tieflings who had kept quiet until now, nods and gestures to the others. We'll go to the city. We'll see if 3-tail-swinging goofs like us can find gainful employment around there. If you decided to settle down in these parts, maybe we can find a place here too. Goodbye, Your Grace. Please remind me, what is this place and what are we looking for here? It's an ancient Taldan settlement long ago ravaged by the elements. They used to mine ore in these rocks. Little is known about what happened here, but according to rumors, a terrible flood devastated the town. Many citizens perished, others fled. Only the tower remains, standing on the cliff. The flood wasn't able to reach it. The tower may still hold substantial riches, and among them, the Disk of the Eclipse, a relic from a Kadiran temple of Nethys. That's what I'm looking for. Who were those 3 tieflings? My friends from Kadira. Their names are Naiho, Tevi, and Elki, but I usually just call them the Sweet Teeth. They're always together, and always act and speak in chorus. It was they who dug up the history of this place and told me of the treasury, but they never got inside. They say there's a lot of dangerous beasts ahead. I'm happy, Kaliki sighs, I'm happy that at least someone from my past life hasn't abandoned me. But they make me anxious as well. The Sweet Teeth know nothing about what happened after our escape. They think Kenora died, and I adopted a strange new name to hide from my past. But they know me and my sister well, and could easily uncover the truth. That would breach Nethys' first condition. That's why it would be better for all of us if we met as rarely as possible. Besides, Kenora nearly fed the poor Sweet Teeth to wild animals, though it seems now like ages ago. What's our plan? There must be a cliff somewhere ahead, where we'll find the remains of the tower. We'll need to climb it and search the ruins, and be ready for trouble. One can never be too careful. Well, are we ready? I'm ready. Let's go. Kaliki nods gratefully. Thank you. I'm glad I don't have to walk this road alone. Come on, honey. Don't stay back there. Come with us. Okay, she's in my party now. Oh. Let's get a better formation going here. She's a mage, right?
What's taking so long?
What is she, technically? Class? Hellspawn? That's her class? No, she's a kineticist. Okay. So So yeah, she's basically a spellcaster. So we want her and me back here. She can be in front of me. The water elementals whirl anxiously, but make no move to attack. Kaliki is obviously commanding their attention. The creatures' bodies ripple, and they freeze and face the girl. This is what I felt. These creatures, we belong to the same elemental force. The girl leans forward. I could be wrong, but I feel they are seething, as if yearning for freedom. They cannot leave, and they've been trapped in this place for a long time. An incredibly long time. Detect magic. Examine the elementals and the magic seal. The seal has a strong aura. It appears as though a magical trap has tied the elementals to this place. Water elementals at a settlement that perished from a sudden flood. Kaliki's eyes are full of sorrow. Yes, it seems that someone used them to kill the Taldans and then just abandoned them here. But who? Who would use such powerful magic? Only to kill some simple miners. The past hides so many secrets. What will happen if we set the elementals free? Could we? I doubt they would attack. They suffer here, under the ruthless sun, far from their elemental forces. They seem happy to see me and are pleading for help. I understand. Let's see what we can do.
I'm glad you called.
Yeah, I don't know what to do to help them. I don't know any water spells. I don't know what to do.
Tread lightly.
Let's make this quick.
Let us be careful.
I guess I need to look this up because there's nothing obvious here. So, one sec, guys. I'm sorry. Okay, that's what I assumed. But I don't know how to do that.
The road awaits.
tell me you forgot how to use it. Don't tell me you forgot how to use it.
It's not working.
I can help.
Okay, that's not working.
We should prepare. This spell eludes me. This spell eludes me.
I am ready.
Yeah, it's not working. Well, now I just attacked myself.
Let us bide our time.
What's taking so long? I'm glad you called. Don't tell me you forgot how to use it.
Okay, there we go.
But of course.
The elementals billow and shiver anxiously. They seem distrustful of their newfound freedom. Twisted masses of water resembling arms extend forward as if pointing to something ahead. Then one of the elementals utters a word in an unfamiliar language as it reaches out to Kaliki. They seem to be saying danger ahead, and they're ready to help us if we need help. The word he said is some kind of name or call. As if knowing their message had been understood, the elementals rush away to their long-desired freedom. Okay then. Kaliki throws back her head and looks upward. Up there's a tower there on the cliff, but it will be difficult to climb such a steep slope. Kaliki gives you a pensive and sad smile. My sister and I used to climb cliffs together. She was so angry when I was faster, but she always helped me when she got ahead. Let's go to our goal. Kaliki climbs the cliff with the dexterity of a lizard, but you go stride for stride with her, easily keeping up. Soon the top of the cliff lays before you. What a beautiful place, and cozy. The cliffs seem to embrace this place. And a waterfall. Now I see why the Taldans decided to settle here. I'd live here too.
The path is clear. A solid plan.
Kaliki warily looks around the area. The tower, it's destroyed, and I'm afraid. Kaliki points at the ruins. A frightening gargoyle is sitting among them. Is it even a gargoyle? The jewels the monster has gathered in its nest glimmering here and there, but the brightest treasure of all is a small disc lying at its feet. It glistens white like incandescent metal, but a moment later it is covered by abysmal blackness, then it flashes white again. The disc of the eclipse, that must be it, but how do we... The girl freezes mid-sentence, her eyes wide open, and then... You look in the eyes of a tiefling girl as she emerges from the portal, and she raises her brow expressively. Narian, it's such a wonderful day, and what of you? There's no need for the charade. Your sister told me the truth. You see a glimmer of fear in the girl's almond-shaped eyes, but she quickly gathers herself. It was to be expected. From the very beginning, I thought the Herald of Nethys was just joking with us, making us promise to keep everything a secret, while forcing us to switch spontaneously with no warning. At any moment, I wonder if we will be punished for our failure. Well, what good is it to worry about something you can't change? I'm already living a borrowed life beyond my time. Canera keeps silent for a few moments, contemplating her new situation, but then she smiles coyly. Tell me, Narian, didn't we say goodbye in a luxurious banquet hall in Restov the day you received your barony? And now we're sitting all alone at the top of a cliff in some backwater surrounded by slimy flesh-eating toads and other revolting monsters. I don't even know which question to ask first. Why or how? I guess I'm a baron of many talents. Canera rolls her eyes ostentatiously. I thought palace balls and parades were the proper entertainment for nobility, but rock climbing isn't too bad either. Your sister asked me to find an artifact. An artifact? It doesn't happen to be the disc of the eclipse, does it? Of course. It was I who first told you about it, but I imagined us sitting cozy by the fire in your castle, while your servants went off to collect it. But oh well, an adventure it is then. But it seems our treasure had been stolen by that ugly gargoyle, so what are we supposed to do now? Let's fight it. We'll easily defeat it. Canera squints, then nods. Lead the way. I think I can help by adding some fire to the situation.
Let's make this quick.
Forwards!
Now taste my fury.
Huh. Let's see what we have here. Canera's tail dances just above the ground, giving away the tiefling's excitement. She's obviously anxious to grab the disc of the eclipse, but waits for you to nod. Detect magic. Examine the magic aura of the artifact in the surrounding area. You easily find the disc's aura. It's an intricate artifact, but it doesn't seem especially powerful. But you notice something else, the traces of a much stronger aura nearby. It seems that someone very powerful was here before you, and did something to the disc. Canera, I sense something strange, as if someone was right here right before us, and did something to the disc. The tiefling seemed surprised. Someone was here before us? Found the treasures? Yeah, I did. I'm a Sylvan sorcerer now. Welcome back to the stream. Found the treasures and the artifact, but didn't take them. So strange. Well, we aren't going to use the disc right now anyway, are we? We'll just take it to the capital and examine it there. Fine, take the disc. Or not. Maybe put it down before you disappear. The girl quickly grabs the artifact with both hands, and that very instant you hear a loud sound like a clap, and Kynera is enveloped in a cocoon of white light, which quickly turns to darkness. You hear voices whispering and interrupting each other. Yeah, it was a gnome, and then I was like, I'll be a half-elf, and then I actually respect a third time, and was like, I don't want to be a half-elf, I want to be an elf again. So now, yeah. They seem to be speaking in images, not natural words. Black, white, bound, split, indivisible. Then the strange phenomena ends as quickly as it began. The darkness disappears, and Kynera is standing just where she was, seemingly intact, but the disc in her hands is gone. Are you alright? What? Kynera seems to barely hear you. She shakes her head a few times as if she's emerging from a dream. Amazing. I didn't expect this. Listen, the artifact didn't disappear. I can feel it, like it's a part of me now. And I think I know how to use it. Kaliki looks at you in complete astonishment. Narian, what just happened? I was sleeping in the demiplane, but this time I wasn't pulled out of it like usual. It's like I heard a voice, Kynera's voice. You two are going to drive me insane, I swear. Kaliki extends her hand in a pleading gesture. I think I'm going to lose my mind, and just when I thought my life couldn't get any crazier, so what happened? Kynera and I recovered the disc of the eclipse, and it affected her in a strange way. So what I felt and heard was the influence of the disc, but it's so strange. Kaliki closes her eyes and stands still. Her dark hair moves in the wind, but nothing happens for about a minute. Then, without opening her eyes, she begins to move her hand. Yes, now I understand. Hello again. Are we still here in Sorrowflow? So my sweet sister learned how to use our new ability so quickly? I was sure it would take her a year. I'm going to try to switch us again. Please tell her for me that she's a foolish goat. Kaliki looks even more stunned. I'm back again, and again I heard my sister calling me. I felt it inside, just like my bond to the elemental forces. Now we can switch places whenever we wish. Your sister asked me to tell you to give a nice big hug to the wonderful Baron who helped you so much. Really? Kaliki looks sincerely surprised and a little embarrassed. I could, if you're comfortable with that, of course. I'm perfectly comfortable. Kaliki looks at you with suspicion and then remarks, You're joking, aren't you? So now you can switch whenever you want to. Yes. Oh, there are so many thoughts. Yeah, right? It's nice. I was worried they were going to be stuck switching randomly. So many thoughts in my head. It's a miracle we found such a rare artifact now that could help us. Or perhaps Nethys planned this all along? And what should we do with this new gift? Now my sister and I must decide how to divide the time we share. Kaliki shakes her head. Yes, I think about all this and many other things, but for now I wish to thank you, Narian. If a foreign outcast's gratitude means anything to you, you have it. And one more thing, I'd like to remain in your lands and help you with your quests and travels. Now that we can better control our switches, we won't have to keep running from one place to another. I think Kynera will support my idea. What do you say? You'll be most welcome. May this be the beginning of a wonderful journey. Okay, we got a new companion. Can we leave this place? Here we go. Yeah, I like her. I'm gonna keep her around. I think I'm gonna replace somebody with her. Maybe Jubilost. Or maybe even Lindsay? I don't know. For now, we need to go back to the capital.
Aim carefully.
Who would you recommend I replace? Jubilost? Lindsay? I could replace Valerie. I don't really need her as a tank anymore because I have Honeysuckle, my bear. I might replace Valerie. Chaotic neutral, yeah. At least I think I'm still leaning. Yeah, chaotic neutral.
Taste my fury.
Oops. I did not mean to do that. Yeah, I noticed she tends to oppose, like, everything I do. So I'll probably get rid of her. Like I said, I have Honey Thistle. I don't really need her for my tanking spot anymore. I find it funny how Jubilost is always at odds with everything I do. He's hilarious. Another one? Things just want to die.
Let's make this quick.
A solid plan. go ahead. I feel tired.
Narian, spare me a few minutes. You are the ruler of these lands, and I don't dare tell you what to do, but I just can't stand silently and watch what's happening behind your back. There are rumors on the streets of a savage goddess enraged by your appearance in her lands. They say she cursed you, and now you bring woe and death to everyone around you. This used to be just idle talk, but now, when we're surrounded by so much death and suffering, the people are already ready to truly believe it. And it seems that someone is playing upon your subjects' fears. I saw barkers in the streets telling citizens of a prophet who is building his own kingdom. According to them, the goddess stands ready to grant forgiveness to any who cleanse themselves of the curse. But this cleansing is accomplished through a terribly cruel death. These horrific deaths involve a wild beast appearing from inside the body, and they think it's a blessing. It's absurd and dangerous for the people to consider death a blessing. We must get to the bottom of this. Tristian nods enthusiastically. Good. Perhaps after uncovering this mystery, we will find out more about the nature of the curses hanging over the stolen lands. I mean, there must be a reason that these cultists shout about you receiving the goddess's punishment. If we wish to understand, we must find one of these barkers and learn from them all we can. Sadly, these street preachers scare quite easily and avoid our guards. I'll begin my search without delay. When you find time, look for me on the streets of the capital. I hope that when we meet, I will have already found someone who can tell us more about this strange goddess and her followers.
Let's head out.
Offer button? Oh, thank you. That helps immensely. Okay, as much as I don't care for this guy, we gotta do his quest. This Akun guy. So, we'll bring him with us. Yeah, that's about where I'm at. About 200 hours now. I don't know where we're supposed to go for this, so I guess we'll just walk around until we figure it out. Wait, why is Tristian in the front? That's bad. We'll put this guy in the front. I don't care about him. What does he even have as a weapon? A bow? Okay. Maybe we shouldn't put him in the front. Okay. He's just gonna have to deal with being in the front. Unless we'll just throw him. Yeah, we'll do that.
Tread lightly.
Where are we supposed to be going? Did I go the wrong way? Let's try going down this way. The one for Akundayo, we're supposed to be like helping, like throwing a party for him in the woods.
Let us be careful.
Oh, is this it? No, that's not it. Oh, is it over here? There you are. Akun, old friend, speak of the devil. Akun's face freezes in surprise. He stares at Natavi and Alina silently for a few moments, completely still. Finally, Akun turns a quizzical look to you. Relax, friend. Let's just drink a little and talk. Grabbing Akun's arm, Alina leads him to the tables with food. Please come here, Akundeo. You don't mind if I call you Akun? Natavi fixes her hair, and you notice a tattoo of a stinging wasp on her wrist. Following the couple with a long stare, Natavi says quietly to you, Please come to me when everyone is busy eating and drinking. I would like to talk to you. Lindsay looks up at you, surprised, trying to keep the rhythm. Where are you going? If you leave now, the whole plan goes to pieces. Clear as day. I just wanted a break from the noise. Where is... what's her name? Okay. Here she is. Your Grace. Smiling, Natavi nods politely. I admit, we got acquainted very suddenly. Ahaha, that's right. When we met for the first time, I had to speak to him. Interruptions be damned. What was I supposed to do? I haven't seen Akun for such a long time, and I was so surprised to hear about him. I'd like to know you better. I'm at your service. Where are you from? I grew up in Nantambu, far from here, but never liked that city. I left it years ago, and haven't been back since. I remember leaving it vividly. Little towers, covered with bright mosaics, dot the horizon, while I lay hidden in the bushels of sugarcane on a rumbling cart drawn by a lame old donkey. Natavi laughs. So what did you want to talk about? I wanted to ask a favor, you see. Alina, the innkeeper, treats me coldly, and I have no reason why. Yesterday, for instance, she argued with me before changing the sheets in my room, and today she refuses to pour me a glass of wine. So I was thinking she wouldn't refuse if the Baron himself asks for a bottle of wine. And why do you need a bottle of wine? Natavi's laughter is soft and musical. What a strange question. Really, why would I need a bottle of wine at a party? Fine, I'll see what I can do. Thank you, Narian. Still, why do you need a bottle of wine? Well, I just wanted to steal Ekun for a moment, to walk and talk with him eye to eye. I've known him a long time, and he could definitely use someone to talk to. Smile in response and leave.
The path is clear.
Alina, could you give me a bottle of wine? Don't bother with the bottle, Your Grace. I'll pour for you. Just bring a glass. I need a bottle of wine. Now I'm going to count to 3. 1. The innkeeper makes a long face. There. Here you go, Your Grace. Thank you for organizing such a wonderful party for Ekun. My pleasure, Your Grace. I am happy everything turned out this way as well. Besides, entertaining a man such as Ekun Dio is a pleasure. The innkeeper giggles, covering her mouth with a handkerchief. Ekun pretends not to hear. Well, I'm going to go check in on some of the others. I'm not doing that one. Pass the bottle to Natavi. Here, I hope you like this. It was a girl. It was the innkeep. Casting a warm glance your way, Natavi nods gratefully. Thank you very much. Now, if you don't mind... Alina, could you please find a wine opener for me? Would you please wait? So, my friend, I'll just steal you for a moment. Hey, where are you going?
Let's head out.
Okay. What am I supposed to do now? There we go. Lindsay runs her fingers over the strings intently. Thank you for the wonderful idea, Lindsay. I'm glad you liked it. I hope the others are happy too, especially Ekun. Isn't it hard to play and talk at the same time? It's a matter of practice. Lindsay, I think now's the perfect time for one of your performances. Are you sure? Have you had time to talk to everyone? I'm sure. Begin. Ahem. Your attention. My friends, let's raise our glasses. Let's celebrate our adventures, and that we have others to share them with. Also, let's thank Alina for a generous feast. The evening was wonderful. Alina bows, turning red. And now I'd like to play something special for you. I haven't composed anything for a while, but this is a special occasion. Striking a theatrical pose, Lindsay begins to play. Ekun quietly takes a place next to you. Music starts flowing. Lindsay's performance isn't perfect, but is deep and emotional. One cadence follows another, and music echoes among the trees. Suddenly, you notice that Ekun is standing much closer than you thought. You realize he's slowly moving closer to you, fidgeting from foot to foot, and trying not to look at anyone. At the same time, Alina is trying to lean closer and closer to Ekun, trying to touch his shoulder. Noticing your look, she gives you a sharp look. Take a step away from Ekun. You take a step, and Ekun does the same. Alina pouts and looks away. Finally, Lindsay strikes the final chord, and the sound fades. Pleased with her performance, Lindsay received well-deserved applause.
Tread lightly.
The ranger greets you with a curt nod. Your Grace must want to talk to Ekun. I'll go make sure everyone has enough to drink. Looking at Alina's back, Ekun turns to you, fixing one of his belt bags. Cunning plan to bring a hunter to a feast. Call him to hunt. Yes, it was my idea after all. You performed a chaotic neutral action. Point at a glass. Drink with me? Ekun looks uncertainly at the offered glass. Alina's wine is quite good. It's your choice, though. Ekun is silent for a moment, then pours himself some wine and tastes it. Then his face relaxed slightly. Not bad. I hope we didn't do more harm than good. Are you at least having fun? Ekun chuckles and nods confidently. It's good to be among friends and trees, and better still, not holding a bow. I find it interesting to look at faces, listen to what they say to each other. I missed it. How are you? As always. And that's it? You have nothing else to tell me? Ekun sighs heavily and looks away. Ekun stares into the distance. I wake up with the first rays of sun. I see the faces of my family. Fire turns to ashes. Midday turns to midnight. And when the stars are shining, I still think of them. Some days, bitterness and rage fill me. I drive them away. Other days, I feel a smile on my face, and I appall myself. Only hunting numbs my feelings, but the farther I follow the trail, the darker the woods are, and the harder it is to find my way back. Sometimes our feelings scare us, but your grief and your anger are justified. One can't order one's heart to stop seeking revenge and justice. Yeah. Listening to you, Ekun sighs heavily, but determination is written on his face. I suppose you're right. One can't be scared and leave these woods behind. I see Alina is trying very hard to please you. She is the lady of the house. This is her responsibility. Does it not ruin your fun? A faint smile spreads on Ekun's face. There is very much of her, all at once. However, she is a good woman. I think this is more than a sense of obligation. Ekun shrugs nonchalantly. Let's talk about something else. Why did you never tell me about Natavi? Ekun shrugs. Why? How did you meet Natavi? Guarded caravans. She talked a lot. I thought, she must be in love with her own voice. Ekun winces. But over time, we walked many roads together. I learned she had a steady eye and a strong hand. And then the desert taught her to close her mouth. Sand gets in. Ekun smiles slightly, but his eyes are joyful. Why did you stop talking? I started living with Amanda, and Natavi left with the caravan. Were you close? We are friends, and friends leave, but stay anyway. I see. Ekun nods. I'm going to get something to eat. Looks at you, tilting its head to the side. Sniffs your hand. The wolf, who is standing nearby before, wags his tail and approaches Ekun. Aw, just look at that, Akun. He seems so loyal. You have to give him a name. You do. You've been together for so long. You've been through so much together. Natavi shakes her head. The heart wants what it wants. Why would one fake affection when there is none? I think he deserves a name. Looking at the dog and thinking for a moment, Akun smiles slightly. His name is Okbo. Alina looks at Akun and seems to forget the whole world for a moment. That's better. A wonderful, imposing name. Well chosen. By the way, friends, not to sound too mundane, but I'm quite tired, and we still have to get to the city. Maybe it's time we pack up? A skeleton walks slowly towards you. His skull is filled with coins which glimmer through his empty eye sockets, clinking with every step. He halts beside a cart filled with valuable-looking items. He waves at you in a friendly manner with his bony hand. Hello, hello. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the skeletal salesman. Do not look upon my face or its absence. Look at my wares. Choose, buy. Show me your wares. The skeleton happily clinks the coins in his skull with great pleasure. Here, look, choose, buy. Ooh. I don't have the proficiency for it anymore, but I could get one again. I might buy that. We'll keep that in there for now. Let's look what else he has. Those are so expensive. Yeah, I'm gonna buy that and get the proficiency again later on, if I can. Okay, let's leave.
The path is clear. I'll go ahead. Let us be careful.
Greetings. As you see, I've already set up shop. Took a lot of work, of course, but now I've got a nice place. No worse than the guild smithy. So tell me about the idea you had about a family relic and a masterpiece. Here's the story. Our family used to have a suit of plate armor named Onslaught. My grandfather wore it to perform many heroic deeds. What a great dwarf he was. But it's been stolen by my own brother, Kurgan. And then Kurgan fled. Onslaught has been on my mind ever since. I'd intended to bring the relic back to the clan and restore my good name. After you hired me, one merchant told me he saw some fragments of armor that looked like Onslaught. Kurgan is such a fool. He couldn't find a buyer for the whole suit. It's too valuable, so he pawned it off piece by piece. Someone got the jambarts, another got the gauntlets, a third got the cuirass. A fine set of armor turned into a pile of junk, fancy junk. See if you can find my grandfather's armor and bring it back. I promise I will repay you. It turns out 3 local merchants have the 3 parts of the armor. They're like vultures pulling apart a corpse. They buy whatever catches their eye, not caring whether it's stolen or not. One merchant seems to be in the capital. Another was staying at some trading post. It's got an owner with a strange name. The third one always prowls in distant corners looking to buy valuables on the cheap. I believe he has an acquaintance, Huntress Dumra. She might well have it. Do you like it in my lands? Dragon looks discontented, stroking his beard. Well, what can I say? There's quite a lot of troublemakers here, and the ones who get called honorable aren't exemplary law-abiding citizens. I guess it's what lands like these do to people. I'm in a hurry. We'll talk later.
Your academy might not be the best institution of learning, but you are so greatly lacking in education. Trust me, a career in writing is impossible without it.
So your books are not a reflection of your own merit, but your teachers? How about that? I never expected such a confession from you.
Damn, Lindsay, nice burn. I don't really know where to go next. How do I tell what day of the week it is? FFIV, if you're still here, how do I tell what day of the week it is? Let me look it up. Happy to see you, my baron. While we were waiting for you, I've had enough time to choose a good place for the ambush. I received your letter, Keston, and came as soon as I could. Thank you, your grace. I've decided you'd like to see this place with your own eyes. Lamashtu Shrine is on the other side of the hill. I suggest we set ambush right here. The visibility is good, so we can watch the cultists unnoticed and choose the right moment to strike. If you wish, you can examine the location. Are we ready for ambush? Keston shakes his head. Not today. Come back later and we'll get them when they least expect us. I must leave now. Wait for me here. Can we just rest here until the right day?
Juby, what keeps you in our party, huh? You just keep nagging and nagging and you won't shut up. You don't like this and you really hate that, so pick up your things and get out of here.
I'm not nagging. I'm giving valuable recommendations. And luckily, unlike a hysterical vixen I could name, our leader understands this.
Your head is like an attic, so stuffed with books and trophies that there's no place left for simple compassion.
And your head is like a temple of Sarenrae, beautiful, roomy, and filled with incense and sunlight.
What branch of Sarenrae's followers did your temple belong to, Tristian?
My temple was far away from others, and didn't belong to any factions, if that's what you mean.
How do you manage to keep your cool in battle? I always get terribly worried. What if something goes wrong and we all get eaten up?
I'd worry too. But I'm encouraged by the battle songs of brave little bard.
I'm dying to know how I come out in your book.
You know, you're so mysterious and controversial. It's almost like I'm writing two different characters, not one.
I shall end this suffering. Aren't you ever ashamed of all the nasty things you say to those around you?
I beg you, demonstrate your famous mercy and spare me the lecture. In the name of Sarenrae.
This is going by too fast. I can't read it.
I wish there was another way.
Aborane Sendes.
I'm glad to help.
Climbing in the darkness is a difficult task. It's not a joke when you try to catch a stable rock and hear the small stones crumble under your feet. Several times it seemed our heroes were out of luck, but their stubbornness and the thought of the runaway cultists gloating about eluding them gave them strength. Moments later, we were at the top. So our heroes found themselves at the top, and just in time, the cultist, barely visible in the darkness, was threading his way through the gorge directly beneath them. It seemed the cultist was so focused on finding his footing he didn't notice the pursuers perched above him, giving the Baron a chance to strike. What will our heroes do next? Octavia appeared from the darkness like a spirit. How did she fail the dexterity check? She has 20 dexterity. Welcome back. Octavia barely had time to react when the cultist burst into a sprint. Darkness failed to cover the peculiar way the runaway walked. The robed figure was limping badly, dragging the right leg. Despite that, the cultist vanished in the darkness without a trace. The party followed to the edge of the plateau, where the flatlands began. As our brave heroes reached the edge of the plateau, wow, this is a lot. The vastness of the Canelands opened before them, an ocean of high grass as far as the eye could see. A beautiful sight, but finding our quarry in this green sea would prove impossible. With our heads down and hopes lost, we descended to where a small streamlet flowed amongst the stones. And then, before us, a good fortune. In his haste, our villain had run through the high grass, leaving a trail for all to see. The party immediately set off, driven by a single desire to capture the criminal who dared to escape the punishment of the Baron and had led us on this unwelcome chase. We moved as swiftly as we could, but even the ground seemed to fight us. Rock gave way to mud which grew deeper as we marched on and seemed to grab at our boots. Even the wind began to rise, lashing at our cloaks, and the foul scent filled the air. Sure signs we were heading towards the gnarl marches. Soaking wet and exhausted, our heroes came upon a cabin at the edge of a swamp. According to Keston, it was a hunter's lodge owned by Dumra, a hunter who lived there alone, and was known for her great temper and little patience. It also looked as if it might be a place where the cultists would seek shelter. It was unlikely the runaway would brave the depths of the gnarl marches in the middle of a night. So the Baron pushed open the door and stepped inside, letting a touch of the cool night air in. The lodge is lit with only a few candles on the tables and the counter. Shadows lie thick around the room. A number of people are here. A well-dressed couple at one of the tables, a girl in simple dress, dozes near the opposite wall, and at the counter is an untidy dwarf. She's wiping the mugs and glaring at you. From the half-open kitchen door, you hear the clanging of pans upon metal, presumably a stove. Keston looks around with a heavy gaze. Things have gone from bad to worse. We must find the cultists before they flee, and we have no idea what they look like. The people in the lodge look surprised and concerned. Each seems to recognize you and asks themselves, what is the ruler of these lands doing here at such a late hour, flanked by armed guards? Keston's hand falls to his weapon. Your Grace, I'm ready to make an arrest, but if you wish to investigate further before making a decision, I'll make sure no one leaves the lodge until you give the order. Searching, asking questions, building theories. That's too long and too boring. I say bring them all here all together. Let them get nervous and start with protests and denials, and we'll listen. Keston raises his brow. All together? After a moment of contemplating, he gives you a wry grin. Cunning indeed, my Baron. Give me a moment to gather the suspects. I don't know. Stop, stop, I surrender, I surrender! The priestess of Lamashtu holds her hands over her bleeding wounds, moaning in pain. She raises the hem of her skirt and starts to wipe away the blood from her legs. Her right leg is covered with sores, oozing pus and yellow ichor. You and your minions unleashed a blight across my lands. Because of you, monsters overrun the barony, and honest people fear to leave their homes. The priestess of Lamashtu shakes her head, tries to close her wounds, moaning. That's nonsense. I've heard the stories about what's happening in your barony, Elf, but I have nothing to do with this. The Great Mother rules the monsters of this world, but if you had truly earned her wrath, your lands would be drowning in blood. No, Baron, you must look elsewhere to place blame. Lamashtu and her followers have nothing to do with your troubles. Tell me who you are. Quick now. I am the priestess of the cult of Lamashtu, the Great Mother, the ancestress of monsters. The priestess struggles to raise her chin, her voice a hiss. I'm not from these lands. I came because of the pleas of your people, who seek the mercy of my goddess. I came to these lands in secret and hid my identity from everyone except for those initiated in the mysteries of the Great Mother. Even though the hostess of this lodge had no idea who I was, and those looking for divine benefaction found me on their own, and there are more than the followers of Aristil would believe. Tell me about the cult of Lamashtu. We are numerous and we are strong. The tribe of Lamashtu followers grows every day, breeds, and spreads over the lands of Galorian, and search for places to create new packs. What kind of rituals were we performing at the shrine? We prayed to Lamashtu. We asked for new offsprings in the pack. We mated like wild animals, free of stupid prejudices. The priestess' lips curve in a grin. I'll spare you the details, Elf. Those like you are unable to accept the greatness of our ancient faith. Aren't you a merry bunch? Octavia giggles, waving her finger tauntingly at the priestess. But you know, Callistria's faithful have a lot of fun, too. Just without the risk of growing a pair of tentacles in the process. Don't you dare compare your frivolous goddess to ours, who's as old as the world itself. Your orgies are little more than entertainment for bored townsfolk. Ours are full of primordial wisdom. It disgusts me to listen to this. Narrow-minded creatures living by stupid human laws. Where are the rest of Lamashtu cultists hiding? The woman's face turns to stone. You cannot make me betray the children of Great Mother. Torture me if you like. Lamashtu will grant me the strength to endure any pain you inflict upon me. Have you allied with goblins and other creatures in the era? No, we have the same mistress, but our paths to faith are different. Enough about that. I held no illusions you could grasp the wisdom of my goddess. All these people in the lodge, are they here because of you? The priestess shakes her head. They were searching for the blessing of Lamashtu. Other gods have denied them, and they had to ask Mother of Monsters for her benefaction. The couple from Restov, did they come to meet you? Yes, several years ago, the lawyer defended a necromancer in a court in his native city, and he won the trial. Since then, all Tedrum's attempts to conceive a child were doomed to fail. Pharasma didn't want to prolong the bloodline of a man who protected those who raised the dead. Una has more brains than her spineless mate, so she'd sought the support of Lamashtu. The child, of course, will bear the mark of the goddess, but Tedrums don't have much choice. Pharasma's memory is long. What's the story of Merchant's widow? Olika. She's a poor girl clinging to the unborn life in her womb. The seed of her husband was too weak. Olika's child is doomed to perish before coming to this world. Is the lodge hostess involved in all this? The priestess of Lamashtu looks at Doomer in disgust. This thoughtless thing? No, she did not see, was not smart enough to see what was transpiring under her nose. I won't offend the name of Lamashtu by calling our hostess one of her tribe. Enough. Keston, I have an order for you. Keston turns to you. Your Grace? Tristian moves closer to you. Please be merciful to these people. Imagine how great their despair must be to turn to the monstrous Lamashtu for help. Though the thought disgusts me, the priestess did try to help them in whatever way she could. Keston looks at you as if you're mad. Let them go? All of them? But he hesitates for a moment, then seems to remember his place and nods calmly. As you command, your grace. Justine looks at you gratefully. I don't think the Stolen Lands have ever seen someone as kind and noble as you. Sana blinks and sweeps her eyes over you as if just noticing your presence. Well then, seems I shall serve the Great Mother in these lands a little longer. If you wish to speak or ask for something, come to the Shrine of Lamashtu. That is where you'll find me. Keston throws a tired look over the lodge and rubs his chin. That's all. He looks around the lodge. We'll deal with these people as you've ordered. I suppose it'll be a relief to Dumra to get rid of such troubling guests. I thank you, your grace, for your help and for your wisdom. A pity we didn't discover the true reason behind the blight, but at least we have one less mystery on our hands. Have a safe journey, my baron.
Every time I turn away, I feel your eyes boring a hole in my back. Is there something wrong?
No, it's fine. I just don't understand you, young man. And when Jubilos Narthrople doesn't understand something, he tries to get to the bottom of it. And he succeeds.
Alright guys, I think that's a good place to stop for now. I have a raid on Final Fantasy XIV later tonight that I'm filling in for a couple people, and I need to make sure I'm prepared for that and practice my rotation and my opener a bit. So I'm probably going to end the stream here for now. Thanks for watching, and if you enjoyed the stream, don't forget to follow.